Hello again, viewers, and greetings, fellow space travelers. This is Thorn of Night, and welcome to Thursday, the 11th of January, 2024. It is a nice, cold evening, and I am going to be doing some building today. While I do have more work to do on the Refugee to Regent project, as well as a little bit of leftover busy work for the Skyrim thing, there is a need for me to sometimes take a day away from all the heavy lifting and just, relax. And that's what I'm going to do today, especially because all day yesterday, before and after my stream, I was working on trying to figure out how to do something new with my stream. And I'll get to that in just a little bit. But let's just say that there's going to be a new thing on the screen. But before I get into any of that, let me say thank you to Elmace11 Zogma Infinium, Sean, Robert Kemp, Little Cuddles, and X-Blaze Ninja Zero, every one of you, for what support you can offer through Patreon. And I need to also amend this to say Patreon and YouTube members, but I'll probably wait until I get my first YouTube member. Anyway, thank you guys ever so very much. It really does help me to keep things afloat here. Let's see here. Also, speaking of X-Blaze Ninja Zero, if I can find there is Discord there. There is a dad joke summoned by X-Blaze Ninja Zero. What do you call a boomerang that won't come back? A stick. Imagine throwing a stick sometime in the past, and you want it out of your hair. It's got some heft to it, and it's just annoying and in the way, and you chuck it. And by some weird fluke of the wind and the shape of the stick, it comes back and baps you in the back of the head. And you get to thinking, I maybe could make this better. But that first thought was, didn't I just get rid of you? Boomerangs. Magic. Anyway, let's get this out of the way. Move this, move that, move that. I've turned the volume down a little. Hard to tell, probably. I don't know. Move that. And then hide this and get ready for something new. Because down here in the bottom left, I've made my face, and it talks. And it blinks, too. I have gotten the PNG tuber thing going. I don't have a webcam, and even if I did, I am excessively shy. And on top of that, I have what most people would call an embarrassing skin condition, but for me, it's just something I live with. But you don't need to be seeing my blotchy face. Instead, you get a cartoon. There you go. I have made a PNG tuber, and he talks. Now, I did, where's the PNG tuber thing? There it is. I did have a little bit of an issue with getting things set up. As you might have noticed if you were on my Discord, this is based on my Discord avatar that I did in Paint like 20 years ago, Microsoft Paint. I had a day with no internet and got bored and wanted to do something other than just fiddle fart around, so I decided to make a little paint picture avatar of myself. and so I could upload it as my avatar because things were starting to use avatars. And so it is based around my little avatar from 20 years ago that did not survive being transitioned from pixels on JPEG to full JPEG to PNG, back to JPEG, and back to PNG. It's a little fuzzy. And so in addition to that little fuzzy, I also had to do some more pixel art. As a matter of fact, I had to, instead of my smiling face that I have on it, I had to go find a closed mouth that I could superimpose. And so these aren't my lips that I drew when my mouth is closed. And so I'm not as smiley as I'd like to be. So this is going to change in the future, but right now, there we go. You have my resting Twitch face. Let's see if I can. There you go. My avatar. Resting Twitch face. Blink, blink. Also, I have no nose. My nose was not preserved through the file compression and all that kind of stuff. JPEGs are they're awful. If you're wanting to save space, they're fine, but JPEGs are just the worst, man. Hello, monkey. How goes things? I have concerns because now. Oh no, that works. Yeah, you can see the top of the top hat. I think. Let me come over to this software here. It might be a little. No, it's fine. And now you get to see the little box of stuff over there. Cool. All right, there we go. I was thinking about, until I figured out how to do the transparency background, I was trying to figure out how to do chroma key stuff, and that's just the worst. So it's transparency. How do I know that if I minimize PNG Tuber Plus, then it stops working. So I bring this back to the front. There we go. Bring that back to the front and put that over there. There we go. My little PNG tuber, all grown up. All right, today going to be working on the Menger Sponge. Going to be doing some building. I will probably have to do a little bit of deep slate crafting partway through the session, but that's okay. 257 people. So it did crash because there were more than 100 extra people when I was looking at it before. I was in and I got timed out. All right. So here we are. Down here on a little platform. Oh yeah, it definitely crashed. All right. Let me do my little customary thing. Oh. I need to, well, first off, before I go over to Candy, I need to go, come hang out while I dig a giant fractal. And let me grab my link from over here, because they don't like the link shortened version of these things. They have to have the actual full proper thing for it to be postable. YouTube and the Twitch. There we go. Minimize this again. And then come back over here and go all, copy, and then make sure that's in there and enter. And then now I can go back over to Candy. I say go back, I haven't been there today. And now I fly over here. Oh yeah, it definitely crashed. And I go paste. And then I go back to wild. Yeah, look at all that chat that's happening in this ever so active server. Yeah, there we go. Now there's some chat. All right. P time at noon. Put the sun up there. Except that's the other thing. P weather clear. Excuse me? P weather clear. What did I type? Oh, weather clear. That would be shocking if that worked. I don't by any chance have any new donations, do I? Off chance. Of course not. And you are 15 days away. I swear. I just want to be able to put a 27 by 27 by 27 Menger Sponge right there. I'll even preserve their shops. Like I can work with this. I can have it so that this is under and inside the Menger Sponge. And then people just come up and over, and there's signs that say, hey, go in here if you want to do that one shop. And I will have the pathway go all the way back because I have all of it already measured out. Except, of course, for that. I need to get a hold of Daniel because he didn't have this claimed before. And then he came in and said, yoink, and he claimed it. I don't know why. Anyway. This is how people are getting up on my build. That's fine. This is all claimed all the way over to here. But this is not. Wait a minute. But this is. Ah. And these two will never go unclaimed. I had a thought. How far back? Oh, bummer. So close. Almost as close as that one. Alright, well, let's get building. Oh, this is the pixel art that keeps showing up. They even have an observation point up here. This is Darth Chicken. Observation point so they can look at this. Not my work. That is Darth Chicken's work. Ah. So it is about to get very cold at my house. It's been hovering around 30-ish. 35, 30, somewhere around in there for like, I don't know, the last 2 weeks. And now, here, let me bring up more current weather. I want to see current weather. Oh, hey! It's gotten warmer on the outlook. Well, tomorrow is still supposed to get down to 16 degrees. And this is Fahrenheit. But then Saturday was originally slated to get down to -4, but now it's only going to get down to 2. And then Sunday, the high is going to be 9 degrees with a low of 2. That was going to be 0 before. And then Monday, high of 10 with a low of 3. And Tuesday, a high of 10 with a low of 6. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days, and I'm just going to have to keep the water running. But then it warms back up to 29 and with a low of 21, and then right back down to a low of 16. So I might just have to keep the tap running for a week. Oh, I have to disconnect the outside hose. Oh no, I need to get the pliers. Okay, well that's on my to-do list now. Alright, back to Minecraft. Sorry about that. Oh, I do need to lock the PNG tuber thing in place. That is so weird, seeing my little mouth going blah 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 blah. I'm gonna have to get used to that. Here, let me just cover that up with my Twitch chat. There we go. Yeah. If you don't see it, it doesn't exist, right? Okay. Yeah, I started with 4. Okay. So today, I was originally going to do another one of the ADHD idle clicker extravaganza streams, but I found myself at the point where it would be doing more code writing. Let's see here, craft. A grindstone. A grindstone is spruce planks, sticks, and a stone slab. Not a smooth stone slab, just a stone slab. But you might be thinking about a stone cutter. Just in case, I'll show you this one as well. A stone cutter is 3 stone and an iron ingot. If you are helping to make chiseled deep slate, then a stone cutter is what you need. If you are removing enchantments from something, then I guess a grindstone is exactly what you need. And don't feel bad about getting those names wrong. I still forget things like the blast furnace exist. I just, you know, use my regular furnace. Campfire, what's that? We seem to be missing a number of the regular crew today. Let's see here. Let me check something. No? I did not get any messages saying that they would not be able to participate. Oh, okay, well. I know little Cuddles likes to be on and help, and she's on the server, but I've not seen a message in either of the chats, I should say. Not any, but either. However, the Streamlabs chat thing is problematic, and I'm not sure it captures all of the chat messages, which is why I was looking into restream.io, but that looks like it's going to be a whole other can of worms to deal with, and I'm not there yet. So I'm just gonna have to deal with what I've got and just keep a weather eye on the Streamlabs YouTube chat and the pop out of the actual Twitch chat. And often she would be chatting in game too. Mysterious. Ah! That little rubber band thing. Whoa, what's going on? Cuddles only has 1 bar. I've only got 3 bars. I'll just have to build careful. But yeah, that little whiplash that happened back there. That seems to be happening an awful lot lately on here. Is actually more on the Candy server, apparently. Twice now. That rubber band effect has happened while my wife was trying to fly some animals back to her base. And both times, the animals fell and perished. And both times, a loud squeal of displeasure came from behind me. The first time, I had no idea what was going on. The second time, much sadness was had. Yeah, look at that. Cuddles only has 3 bars. That's so weird. That's very weird. Actually, I seem to recall that Cuddles was talking about a stone cutter. I mean, yeah, hold on. Home, warehouse. Not the tools. Oh yeah, ores, wool, tools. That's a barrel. There we go. Spare stone cutter. Why am I flying so fast? Trade Benny. Oh, there's that one. Also have one over there. I'll be using that one later, I'm sure. Let's fly. What is up with that? Something funny's going on. It is Chisel Deep Slate. You take cobbled deep slate and then select the first item in the top left. Oh, I'm empty. Oops, okay. Player vault. Oh, no. Accept trade. I am not sure what just transpired there, but cool. All right. You need more deep slate? I can get you some deep slate. I can get you all manner of deep slate. I can get you deep slate until you pass out. Back. The stone cutter was in your hotbar. Ah. Because I have shulkers and shulkers and shulkers and shulkers of cobbled deep slate waiting to go. You sure? I mean, I'm more than happy to supply if you are going to do the conversion. It means I don't have to sit here and do the converting myself. Which reminds me, yep, nothing on spare. All right. Suit yourself. I'm easy. There we go. We're both back up to 5 bars. And I can feel it in the game, too. Cuddles has been having some internet issues lately. And it means she can't always watch the streams and participate in the chats. But the issues have started very recently. It's almost as if somehow her internet has changed, but I doubt that. Although, this little phone message might tell me otherwise. Oh, yep. She says she's trying to watch. Hopefully today I can use this as a de-stressor and still get some things done, which is to say the building, but it's still getting things done. TPA to me. Or you can wait 10 seconds and I'll do a TPA here. Here, I'll set you down right there. TPA here. Well, I mean, I guess I could trade it to you, but my inventory. Well, you know what? I can just do this. Trade. Benny. Hey, you've got 12 free slots. There you go. What I was going to do is I was going to have you stand here and drop a bunch of them on your head. But I realized I didn't need to do that. I can just trade it to you. There you go. That should be plenty of cobbled deep slate to keep you busy. How? Here. How do I have this much? Let's go statistics and items and times crafted. Oh no, times used. Over 660,000 uses of the chiseled deep slate. Now when you craft a stack, it only counts as crafting once, so it's going to be a lot lower on my list. There we go. I have only crafted it 14,000 times for the chiseled deep slate, but in order to get that, I've had to mine a lot. I have mined over 2 million deep slate. Heck, there's probably cobble deep slate. Even that right there is over 10,000. And that's not how you find it naturally. So, yeah, I have been busy on this server. How? I just sit there and mine. I take a day and I just put on some music and pickaxe go burr. I just realized RGA is streaming. I should have a spy in there so that when he goes to end his stream, someone can tell him to come raid me. That would be fun. I can't really do it. I only have so much bandwidth. Uploading the stream and having the game connection as well as the two chats. What about my face? I don't know what you're talking about. There's no face here. All I see is this very completely empty stream chat from Twitch. Keep grinding. Thank you, Pango. Yep. It is about 2/5 of the way done. Actually, it's a little more than that, I'd say. We figured out that, let's see here, bring up the calculator. Cuddles has placed something like 785,000, and I have placed 660, let's call it 660,000 even. And Make that a negative and add 3,200,000 and okay. Yeah. We have done 1.4 million out of 1.7 out of the 3.2 million, leaving 1.7 million to go. So we're approaching halfway. What is that as a percentage? Divided by 3. 45.15%. Thereabouts. Which, considering we don't work on this all the time, I only work on this about 1 or 2 days a week, max, right now. And we started on June 30th. Pretty decent progress. If I had been working on this every single day, well, for one thing, I'd be I would be out of cobbled deep slate for converting, because I didn't start saving cobbled deep slate until I started this project, and I also didn't start really saving the cobbled deep slate until even sometime after that, because I would just mindlessly dig, and so a lot of it just vanished into nothingness. So I would probably be spending some of my days doing mining and gathering resources and producing more chiseled deep slate, factory style, I guess. But I would definitely say that we'd be pretty close to done, if not done, if we were both working solely on this project every day, but we're not. This is at 1/7 speed. We're operating at 14% power. I'll just do all 4 of these. Oh, did I top off my drink? Topped off that one. Well, it's about half. And the mug is empty. Might have to go get some tea later. Okay. Now, this layer is meant to all look like the heat sinks, and I think that's good. Brain not foggy today. Brain present. Get my toes right. No. Get my toes right there. There we go. So there's an aspect to this PNG Tuber Plus program that when you're talking, it makes you can have your character bounce around and wiggle, and you can have like your hair and your hats and everything moves slightly slower than your body and have to catch up, and it makes you look like you're wobbling, and that's too much for me. My PNG Tuber is going to largely reflect me, and I don't bounce around a lot. I mean, my legs do for sure. Right now, my left leg is tapping out Morse code to everyone living back in the 1800s all at once. But the rest of me sits pretty still. As a matter of fact, that resting Twitch face, that's probably pretty close to my face. Because I don't just sit around grinning like a fool all the time. Unless I think of something funny. Or I watch something funny. But yeah, for the most part, that avatar down there is going to be how it will end up. I'm probably going to be adding maybe a little bit more pizzazz to it. Maybe adjust the color a little for like the hair. Maybe a little bit more options. I do know that I can add costumes. I'm not entirely sure how that works. I'm gonna have to look into that. But I could do something festive. I could make like a Halloween version and Christmas version and stuff like that. Oops. Also, I'm going to be having to slightly restructure how I have my my scene transitions, because I thought that changing between the different sources on inside a scene would activate the scene transition, but it doesn't. I have to actually change the whole scene for it to transition over, and that means I'm going to have to readjust my layout a bit, because in addition to doing the PNG tuber thing, I also started working on trying to figure out how to make an animated scene transition that uses my logo as a sort of a centerpiece and then rotates around, washing out the previous screen for a second and a half, and then or for a second or something like that, and then a small pause, maybe half a second or something like that, and then it spins around again and reveals the next scene. That's what I'm trying to accomplish. And I'm either going to have to do this the hard, slow, painful way with percentages of rotation and lines and stuff, and just make 150 PNG files and then compile them into an animation like a web maker or something, I don't know. Or I'm going to have to just find some way of doing manual animation like that, because ultimately what I need is here, let me finish this part here and I can demonstrate. There. So imagine that this line here is my word that says Thorn of Night. And imagine I'm doing a scene transition and I have the Thorn of Night show up in the middle of the screen. Try to get there as best I can. That's good enough. And then it's going to rotate around like this. So I guess about a second, something like that. I might make it go a little slower, so maybe a second and a half. And then as it does that, through the center line, it's going to go from being transparency to that background gray. And then that gray is going to fill the screen all the way like this, and it's going to wait. And then it will ungray the screen back to transparency, and then Thorn of Night is going to just vanish. That is what I have envisioned for my scene transition, and I know how to make it one frame at a time, but I'm still at the point where if I don't want to have to start that right now, then I can potentially find some piece of software that will help me automate that process a little bit. Even if it's just the foundation of a rotating transparency, and then I go in and add Thorn of Night to that or something like that, that would be great. You have a chest of deep slate. Wait, a large chest of chiseled deep slate. Why don't you use the shulkers that I gave you so that you're filling up the shulkers? Because having a chest is great. Transporting a chest is less great. I mean, you're redstone rank, so you have probably, I don't know, PV 5 or 6 or 7 or something like that. But and you dropped your phone. So, several times this morning, while I was asleep, because my sleep schedule is sort of shifted forward, and so I tend to be asleep when a lot of people are getting their day started. My wake up time is about noon 30. I got about a half dozen spam calls and text messages that were spam, and it was so well paced that it kept me up. And then there was this lull in calls, and I was like, oh, okay, good, I can finally get some rest. And then the trash truck decided that right in front of my house was the perfect opportunity for it to unjam its squasher or whatever, and it just stayed there for about 45 minutes while I and my wife were just going, why noise? So that's another reason why I decided to do this today instead of try to code some things for the refugee to regent or hammer more details out for the Skyrim mods and all that, because I want to have a little bit clearer head going into those sorts of projects than my lack of sleep would have allowed. This is kind of no-brainer for me. This pattern just exists in my head. Now, granted, like the other day, sometimes I can be so exhausted that I lose track of what layer I'm on. But I can pretty much do this without having to focus too much on the minutia. I was almost thinking of firing up 7 Days to Die, but with my lack of sleep and having to figure out their new leveling system, I didn't think that my brain would be compatible with that right yet. Well, thank you very much, Banish. Whenever you are wanting to trade back, just go ahead and let me know. Or let Cuddles know. I saw Cuddles down over there making some rows appear. Everything is awesome. A great philosopher once told me that everything is awesome. Speaking of building things in Minecraft and Lego and stuff like that, did you know that among the very first pixel art to be done in Minecraft was, I think it was an InfDev or right at alpha. It was a pixel art of Mario. Mario Jumpman Mario. Huh? Oh, I'm full, or I'm empty. What did I? Oh. Space. There we go. The final frontier. Speaking of space, I have set up the memberships part of my YouTube. That's done. I have the 4 different tiers figured out. They're you know, space traveler themed. And then I was going to work some on figuring out the supers today, but brain not there. I might do that after the stream. I'll definitely try to get that taken care of this weekend. But I want to get that taken care of sooner rather than later, so that it isn't on my list of things that I need to do and I need to make time to do. Well, that's the sort of thing that I ought to be making time for first. Getting the things set up so that people can do the supers and the thanks and all those other little things. Rather have that done at the get-go. I don't know what I'm going to be doing for the stickers that go with it. I might just, I don't know. I might just use the same images that I used for the first few emojis. that's something that I could do today after I empty all of my current reserve of chiseled deep slate that I've got in my player vault. I could go down and try to practice making the of banner for my Thorn of Night. See if I can get that figured out, because I managed to get something that feels pretty close. I'm happy with the result. Happy enough that I made it one of my emoji stickers for my channel. That's another thing I need to do, is figure out, there seems to be multiple ways of doing stickers and things like that and emojis through Twitch. Or Streamlabs or something, some sort of combination of things gives you multiple options for it, and I need to figure that out. Most of the things revolve around bits, apparently, so I can't really do that until I am able to have bits attached to my Twitch. And that's going to be another, let's see here, I have 17 followers, so I need 33 more followers. And then I can commence the, is it partnership or affiliate? I forget which. I think it's partner first and then affiliate. I don't know. If I'm going to be doing work on both, I might as well get things hammered out on both. I am very happy that it took way less time than I anticipated once I qualified for getting the memberships over on YouTube. It looked like it was going to take upwards of a month to get everything in order, but I've had my AdSense attached to everything since 2013, and so that was done in a day, even though it said may take up to 2 weeks. I was like, oh, okay, goody, I'll just wait. But no, next day or day after, something like that, it was done, and then it started the review process. I was like, oh boy, I've got 900 videos, and most of them or most of the time is spent in streams now, so that's hours and hours and hours and hours. That was done in a day, thereabouts. So I was very happy with that. But then I found out, oh, I have to do all this busy work before I can activate memberships and supers and whatnot. So that's the point where I am. I've done the memberships, started them anyway, and then I have the supers to do, and I don't know what that entails yet. But once I get to the point where I can start doing things with bits and things on Twitch, I will be able to set up the stickers and the thing for throwing stuff at your screen and all that. Throwing poo emojis and stuff. Make it fun. I'm wondering if PNG Tuber Plus has a crowd control option. Because that would make perfect sense. Because you can have different costumes, and then the crowd control could make the little avatar have different, like, big clown noses and absurdly large glasses, whatever. That would be pretty straightforward to do if you could crowd control to PNG Tuber. I wonder if that's a thing. Crowd control also requires to be monetized, or whatever they call it through Twitch, for being able to use bits. So can't set that up yet. But when I do, I'm thinking I might have at least one game a week of Minecraft, one game a week of Skyrim, and maybe another game, just short games like other times during the day, where I am just playing to be crowd controlled. Change my speed and all that kind of stuff through donations. I'll get all this figured out. I think the most important thing for me, though, is to just make sure I don't get overwhelmed, because there for a while I was doing a long stream every single day of every single week, and I was having a blast. And then it all caught up to me all at once, and my brain said, enough, stop, slow down. So I must listen to the brain. But I do want to make a bit more of the fun things available for people. I mean, I named my Discord channel Remedy for Boredom. I need to make sure my content tries to at least live up to that status. Watching people build giant monstrosities in Minecraft may not be all that terribly exciting, and my subjects of conversation may not be all that foos, yes, all that enthralling. But at least I'm having fun. Believe it or not, doing this is heaps of fun for me. This is great. This is like a brain rinse. I hope X-Blaze Ninja is doing okay. They have not said anything in chat. Last action they took was to summon a dad joke, but who knows? Maybe right after that they went out to go get some logs to the fire, and I don't know, a grizzly bear got them. Who knows? And that's that layer done. Sweet deal. Alright. I think Cuddles is down. There she is. There's Cuddles. Onward and upward. Alright, now this layer gets these gaps because there's 2 holes between the big gaps. Yes, good. Brain paying attention. Happy brain. That's something I need to actually take care of probably tonight before it starts getting too cold tomorrow. Is toss some salt on the sidewalk and driveway, maybe a little bit out in the street in front of the driveway. Because it's gonna get cold and wet as well. They took the snow out of the forecast and now it just says rain, but then it's the whole temperature the whole day is below freezing. So rain and below freezing tells me ice. That tells me we're not gonna get snow. We're gonna get a layer of sleet, and that is so dangerous. Last time we had a full sleet rain storm with the sudden cold like this is due to be. We got like a 1/4 inch of ice on every surface, vertical and horizontal, on everything, and it started weighing down some of the older trees and they started bursting. Like we had a tree about, I don't know, 500 feet from my house just explode under the weight of all the water, because normally when it rains, the water just slowly sheds down and drips off the trees. But when it comes down wet, but the surface is cold enough for it to instantly freeze, that water just piles up and piles up and piles up. And if you've ever carried water, you know it is heavy. And all that extra weight gets translated all through that, what amounts to a thin trunk of a tree. And if that trunk is not healthy enough to support all that weight, it just buckles. And when a tree gives up to that much weight, the trunk just explodes. And it can actually, like if it happens next to your house, it can rip a hole in your house, and then the tree falls. Thankfully, when it fell, it didn't land on anybody's house. It dodged everyone and went for the creek. So silver lining there. But yeah, I hope that this is not going to be one of those situations. But it is looking like it's heading that way, because back then there was 4 inches of snow in the forecast, and 4 or 5 inches, something like that. And it was going to be going from 30 degrees for a long time to all of a sudden 0 degrees. And then after some amount of time after that initial forecast, they changed it from about 4 or 5 inches of snow to just rain, but the temperatures stayed the same. And that's exactly what has happened here. It went from snow, 4 inches of snow in the forecast. It said 3 to 5. And the sudden cold snap. And then Now it says no accumulation of snow, just rain for 2 days, but it's below freezing during all of that rain. That's dangerous. Just a second here. There we go. The scumbag anxiety part of my brain says, why don't you message that person and see if they're alive? Ah! There's Johnny. Here's Johnny. Well, you enjoy your fork knife. You've been playing a whole lot of those Fortnite mini games where people are basically making other standalone games inside of Fortnite. And that sounds pretty interesting. Now, it feels like Fortnite's starting to turn into okay, brain. Is it Team Fortress? No, it's Team Fortress is built in what is it, brain? What is it? Nope. Brain is providing me with static noise, so I don't remember. But anyway, the infrastructure seems to be expanding for Fortnite, making it so people are able to use it to make other stuff than just Fortnite. I think that's pretty neat. I have nothing against those musical chairs games. I just don't have the reflexes, especially now. I used to play Counter-Strike way back in the day because my friend's dad owned a local redistribution hub for a mail server, and so they had the ISP's trunk line going straight to their garage. And so we would all go over to my friend's house and we would play Counter-Strike for hours and hours and hours and hours. And then because we had no ping, and because we just got so familiar with the maps, some of the I almost said gang, some of the teams started taking notice of us, and we all got recruited for Team Pistol Whip. Rules for Team Pistol Whip: pistols and grenades only. You see someone off in the far distance, you had to pistol snipe them. And we got good at hitting pixels. How am I flying? Yeah, I'm on an SMP, and I have a whole lot of ranks, and with those ranks come lots of commands, including fly, but even without that, gems. Even without that, you can just outright buy fly with the gems that you can earn for the server. And the server is mc.performium.net. This is one of those multi-version servers where even if you're playing on version 1.8, you can still join. But it is recommended that, like for instance, if you're playing on a 120 server, you are running on a 120 client and so on. But you can join. But like I've explained in the past, even if I did not have fly, I would still probably be doing this project. Just not nearly this quickly. Honestly, if I didn't have fly, I probably would be just maining this project. And I don't know if I would have expanded onto other stuff. Because I've also got the Undercity build, I've got the Liminal Space build, and I've got all the stuff back at my base, and everything else. Yeah, Fortnite, it looks colorful and flashy, looks fun, looks a lot less tedious than some of those other ones where the community just says, oh, suffering is part of the game. Suffering shouldn't be part of the game. A lot of those ones are typically set in like Russia or whatever, and if you have damage at the end of a session, you log in later on some other time, you've still got all that damage, you've not healed any, you have to spend lots and lots of resources just to get yourself fixed up. What's the name of that one game? Tarkov or something like that? I think that's one of those style games. Still same sort of premise, just it takes some of the appeal that like Arma 2 had, Daisy and all that, and takes the fun and replaces it with grind. But Fortnite seems to be focusing on the fun, and that's probably why it has such a huge following. Because, you know, it's fun. And I may tease and call it fork knife. The address for the server is mc.performium.net. I will hold my screen still long enough for you to see that in the bottom right where that yellow text is. Over here, mc.performium.net. I am playing on the Wild SMP, but if you want the more modern blocks and cherry trees, you'll probably want to join the Candy SMP. Wild is 1.19. There's a, well, it's probably still going on, but there's a large period of time where just game after game after game was following that same template of like PUBG and the Hunger Games and Fortnite and all that other stuff. Those elimination games. And it started to get, I want to say, very samey. It took an awful lot to stand out in the crowd of those games and be notable. And then, for a small interlude, Among Us popped in and interrupted the flow. And then when people went back to those other games, Fortnite and PUBG and all that, they realized, oh, well, I want to play it for the fun aspect, and this one isn't fun, this one isn't fun. And so many of them just dropped off the radar, and their Fortnite stood at the top, or near it anyway, because they really honestly are trying to make a good experience for as wide an audience as possible. They want a kid to have fun with no reflexes. They want a gamer pro to have fun. They want to have every player possible on the spectrum to be able to enjoy themselves in the game, because why play if you don't enjoy it? And because they focused on the enjoyment factors, I think that's what made them as successful as they are, because they really did. They tried to make it enjoyable, and not in a pandering kind of way either. They really did do their best to make it fun, and good on them. Good on them. The best way that you could help is I could give you some shulkers full of cobbled deep slate, and you could turn it into chiseled deep slate. I could give you a grindstone for that, but let's see here. No new names yet, but right now, what I most desperately need is to not have to spend my time crafting cobble or chiseled deep slate. But yeah, Fortnite has done good for themselves. I'm glad. Because you really don't hear all that many horror stories of people going, oh, I just had a real miserable time playing Fortnite. All the stories of people walking away from a session of Fortnite end up being, oh, I had a great time. This happened. Here's all this story. And I only played for an hour, but this happened and this happened. And yeah, they've done good for themselves. Hola, Dill. And let me, my phone alarm. Oh no, it's so loud. 9 p.m. Yes, thank you. I put the auto feeder for the cat, so they should be okay. And I topped off their water, so they should be okay there too. I hope. I haven't heard them being rowdy, so... and also, boop, and there you go. Have a wall of text that I have prepared in one of my Discord channels. I've been trying to pinpoint what I like about this particular track, the song that's playing right now, and it has slowly dawned on me that it feels like the sort of song that you would be playing if after you've been playing Skyblock for a while and you look over all the stuff that you've done and you're on your perch and you're sitting on your giant mushroom and you're like, ah, look at what I have accomplished. That's what this song reminds me of. Ah, okay. Well, let me finish this layer and I will get you some cobbled deep slate to turn into chiseled deep slate here in just a moment. All right. And this. And then these four here. Two more. Let's see here. PV2. Let's offload this in here and then click on this. Make sure I have room for the trade. And you probably have two more to do or something like that, based on the looks of those numbers. All right, that's that, and then this. And that would be this layer complete. So let me go PV4 question mark? That's fine. And then go back. And then let's see how you do it. Wait, I have one on me in here. Let's see how you do with this. I'll go. Well, first off, Dill, why don't you do. It's called RTP, or is it TPR on this one? Which one was it? Scroll. This one is TPR. It is TPR. And find yourself somewhere that you would like to set up for a little base. Make a small claim so that you can have a little box to build yourself in and be safe. Because, I mean, you could do this out in the wild, but if you get snuck up on by a creeper, you're going to be in for some sadness. I haven't worked on sorting things in a while. I should wow. I should probably... Hey look! That's another stone cutter. I should probably polish the rest of this stuff off. Maybe I'll do that this weekend. Oh no! Is this still... Okay, good. It's still good. TPR is not working? Well then, TPR. I will do a TPR for you. I can't tell if it's day or night because I have daytime always on. So I'll put you on top of a tree here. And I'll go TPA here, Dill. Oh. Now, if you move after you do a TPR before it teleports you, it'll cancel the teleport and you have to wait 30 minutes. Is there not a way up on top of this tree? There isn't. Wait, no, there is. I could come around over here and get up. Aha! I'm king of the world. All right, if you have managed to find yourself a place, accept. Then I will TPA to you. Hello. Oh, I know right where you are. There's the nerd pole. Oh, boo, 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 boo. And shoot that, and shoot that. And let's see. Oh, is that's a that's the OG stormtrooper, isn't it? Let's see here. Yeah, that's the OG stormtrooper. I like it. Nice outfit there. Love it. So, let's go with, first off, fill up my hands and go, kit, what's a good kit for you? Kit, diamond. There you go. Have a kit. Floop, 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 floop. And now, since this is at least a good spot to get started. Yep, there's the glass dome. Why don't you do? Well, first off, do this without the slash. Kit, claim, shovel. That way you can get a gold shovel. And then hold it in your hand and do slash claim. Just any old where, and it will make a claim around you. But you have to hold the gold shovel for it to happen. So wherever you want to put a claim, hold your gold shovel and do so. Because otherwise, your stuff can go boom and poof. Yes, without the period. I do the period so that I can actually put it in chat, because otherwise it tries to run the command for me. And while it is on cooldown for me, or it is out of cooldown for me, might as well let you use yours, because you never know. Alright, now that you've got it in hand, all you have to do is do that wherever you want to put your claim. And it will make an 11 by 11 square around you that no one else can touch. You have not yet done it. Once you do, I will set you up with some shulkers, and a stone cutter. Do 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 do. We don't have enough blocks to claim? Do list claims. You should be able to claim instantly. And then at the very bottom, it should say how many blocks you have left to spend. And then that should say, at the very least, it should say a couple hundred. Ah, there we go. Right? No, no. There's that. Well, either way, hopefully nothing terrible will happen. If it does, it does. I will just go ahead and give you these and this, and I'll do this. Let's see here. PB 330. I'll do this, and I'll go claim, and I'll go trust. Well, first I'll go dill and then slash trust, and there you go. Now it is safe and claimed. By default, a claim is 11 by 11, so you should start with 121 claim blocks, no matter what. But there you go. Some shulkers full of cobbled deep slate, and a stone cutter to turn them into chiseled deep slate. I've given you 5 to start, because never know, you might completely vanish off the face of the earth. And PV2, this and that, and then PV4, yes. And then I will go set home dill. Back, oh no, home cube 1. And while you're doing that, and thank you, by the way, thank you a whole lot. It really does help. It makes it so that I don't have to spend time while I'm streaming crafting the things, and I can just focus on the building. Something looks a little funny right here. Oh, okay, it was an optical illusion. Now this layer, I did finish it all the way before I teleported. That's right. Yes, yes, yes. Good. So not this layer, but the next one gets torches. Yeah, this is it's a fun little server. Wild is kind of a lower population because most of the people who were on Wild on the 119 said, well, I want to move over to the 120 when it comes out. But I said, but I can't transfer my builds over to there. And this is where my stuff is. And I just came here from Duck after they closed Duck because they needed to make way for more servers. So I wasn't ready to move servers again and again. So this is my home. I live on the Wild SMP. On the wild side. I like it. It's got enough. It's got more than enough. I can do without bamboo boats and cherry wood planks. I don't need those. Yes, I don't get to have sniffers and suspicious gravel. But you know what? I don't need sniffers and suspicious gravel to build a Menger Sponge out of chiseled deep slate. I'm happy. Everything is awesome. Excuse me. Tonight, I'm going to try to figure out how to do the supers for the rest of the setup stage for YouTube. It seems like the membership setup is done and in place. Apparently, I can't look at my own content and see if the membership button is working, so that's actually something that I would need someone else to check for me, but I was going to wait until I also had the supers done to ask. But as far as I can tell, the membership is in place. And then I'll be doing the supers tonight, and then spending probably the rest of my evening working on refugee to regent documentation, so that I can have the Discord channel up listing all of the data packs and where to get them, as well as links to where existing versions of the challenge are. Since I looked it up previously on the Wayback Machine, all of the information that I did have access to before is just gone. So the only versions of the old Refugee to Regent challenge are my files that I had from about half a year or so after it was originally thought up. And then on the current wiki, if you do a manual search for the word classic, it will bring you to all of the classic pages. And one thing that's interesting about the classic is it does have the redstone discovery stage, but it has it before the gold stage. It puts it redstone, then gold, then glowstone, and then lapis. And the reason why that changed is because it didn't make sense to have to put all of the magic stuff after you went to the nether, and instead they moved it to before the nether, and then any alchemy that you started once you did get to the nether was just tacked on to the existing colleges and whatever you were building for the lapis stage. So it's kind of interesting looking at that information. It's largely the same as what I have in my documents, but on that note, I will also be sharing my documents. Oh, by the way, every 12 hours the server restarts to clear lag. You'll get sent to hub, and then you can wait around here for a few minutes. I like to come down here and see, on the off chance that I might get some XP from this, but I won't today. And then club reward, mystery box, rank reward, daily reward, And there's Cuddles. And we get a mystery box. Wish I could trade the mystery boxes. Because now I have nothing I can redeem. Doop 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 doop. Hey, it's Starlight! Starlight, Starbright. First 779 I see tonight. I wish I may, I wish I might. Not AFK like this Starbright. Starlight has 85 levels. And what's astounding is that's not enough to make it to the top 10. And Dark Algorithm, they must play on like one block or something. I don't think I've ever met Dark Algorithm, and there they are at the top of the chart. Always, always, always. Anyway, let's go back to Wild. P time at noon. P weather clear. Okay. Back to building I go. Hi ho, hi ho. Oh, give me that. Hey! You're done with all the chiseled deep slate? Or are you done as in you've returned? Let me see here. I will go home warehouse. Roast should be good. Okay. Home dill. Well, here you go. Down in the hole. Control and Q. There you go. If you want to keep helping. It is greatly appreciated. Uh-oh. Oh, there we go. And a carrot for you. Yeah, someone put a little bit of cobblestone there. Yeah, you will find that there is very little sand on this server because not a lot of deserts in the 20,001 by 20,001 map. So there's the pillars, there's the glass dome. And this was done by Zan the man, snowman, and I don't know why that's like that. I thought there was a way in to go look, but it's just a little treehouse. Zan the man has built some interesting things on the server. This over here is also Zan's. I don't know if this was built by Zan. I think it was. Or if they just overclaimed it because it went unclaimed. Sponge Pineapple Bob's house. Yes. Don't dead, open inside. There we go. Back to building. I haven't checked to see. Is my mouth still going ba 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 ba? Yes, it is. Earlier today, I had the PNG tuber program running, and it just went not responding after being up for a few hours, so I was concerned that it had happened again. Come to think of it, I should probably move this over just enough to be able to see. I could shrink this down and then do that, and there we go. Ba ba ba. Okay. Lips go flappy. Yeah, with my refugee to region challenge, I have pretty much gotten everything hammered out. I do need to refine the minimum requirements for each growth stage of a noble / elder's estate, because it's going to be similar to, but not quite the same as the player estate. And also make the specialized refinement for the Godfather, the boss, Mr. Big, or no, Godfather, Mr. Big, boss, and then Slumlords. I need to refine their estate rules. I think I'm going to make it so that the slumlords, no matter what, must live in the same city or outlier as their slums. But I think I'm going to say just blanket statement that any other nobility can live in any outlier if they choose to. Because, you know, they have horses, they can travel whenever they want. They don't have to be tied down to a specific location. They could have a summer home, whatever. But I want the slumlords to be tied to the same town or whatever where their slums are. But beyond that, I'm gonna say it's gonna be simpler to play it fast and loose with the locations. Also, I have decided on a sort of scaling method for the different difficulties with regards to adding nobles. The barons are going to be based on housing population. But the counts, marquises, and dukes, or countesses, baronesses, countesses, marquesses, and duchesses, however you want to do that. It's easier for me to say the fewer syllables, so I'll say the fewer syllables. The barons are going to be tied to population, housing population, but and some of them are going to end up being landlords. But the other three, the counts, the marquises, and the dukes, they are going to be kind of based on stage and difficulty. I want, after you start getting nobility, I want to include the growth for one of each minimum. But I have the inclination to make some of them require more per stage. So if I am doing hardcore, it would be 3 counts, 2 marquees, and then 1 Duke added per stage. But if I'm doing fast track, easy-ish mode, then it will be just 1 count, 1 marquee, and 1 Duke per stage. And so I have realized that there are several other aspects because of that I need to account for difficulty. And that's some of my note taking. I'm going to be, I guess, doing some back of the napkin math on the stats for the different stages and how growth ought to be happening, how many outliers you need to add per stage, depending on the difficulty you want to be playing on. Because I have realized that while I'm probably going to have no problem with doing a 10,000 population nation for my refugee to regent, because I'll be doing this for the next several years probably, or at least 2 years, I would think, based on 10,000. Not everyone has the stomach for that, nor should they. So I'm going to make my program and a refined rule set as well to be able to account for scaled difficulty. And then if someone is doing the challenge on, let's say, setting 10, they want to start off hardcore mode and do all the things, and they get to a point they realize, oh no, what have I done? I'm going to also make it so that the program allows for a mid-point restructure. So you can say, from this point forward, please recalculate for, I don't know, difficulty 1 or difficulty 3 or 7 or something. I don't know. I'm going to make it a scaled difficulty so that the code can use those numbers to apply either built-in or just representative settings. So, like for instance, if it gets to a loop that says, all right, now we're figuring out population, we need to have 5. Hello, Emma. 5 of this per stage on hardcore, and then on fast track just 1 per stage. Then what that could be is it could say on setting 10 and 9 it counts as 5, and then setting 8 and 7 it counts as 4, and that's a simple equation. But when it comes to things that involve like the room requirements and things like that, and luxury requirements, I'm just going to go ahead and fill all 4 of this in, or all 8. That is going to just have to look up on a table item by item. So I'm going to have to do a little bit of both for when I write the script for that, but that's not going to be too big of an ordeal. But I want it to be as accessible as possible so that people can just open the page or open the program and go, all right, I want to do this challenge. Generate an outline for me to do. Poop, and there they go. They've got a spreadsheet they can open in Excel, and Bob's your uncle. But before I do that, I do have to make sure I have all of the finer details in place for all the different contingencies for rules. I'm going to have to make sure I remove anything that's specific to my unique run that's going to involve the data packs and stuff. But I do need to make sure to account for any mods, data packs, and plugins that people might be using. So I need to leave little annotations everywhere throughout saying during this stage, if you have mods that are technology based, for instance, this is the stage when you get to start using tier 1 tech mods, and then this one tier 2, and a lot of it is up to the player. I mean, honestly, the whole challenge is up to the player. PV 4, 5. I'll do 5. I'll put this in here, and I'll go home, warehouse, and I'll get some more. This is outstanding. I'll do this, and I will get a chest or two. Home. There we go, and boop, boop, and yes, that's backwards. There you go, a whole chest full of cobbled deep slate. And I found a mystery box. What's in it? Dust. Huh? What has happened? That's 8. Ah, and 9. There we go. For a fast way in, might I suggest doing something like this? Just having a block like out here, so you can just go like that. It's like parkour your way up and then jump in. Just a suggestion. It's so fun seeing just a random boat somewhere. What's more interesting is when you see the random boats on top of trees way out in the middle of nowhere, because you know what's happened. Everyone knows what happened. But when there's a fun mystery along with it. Did I seriously just manage to find my way all the way through back to air? Wow. Home cube 1. I should probably set a home up there where I'm working. Left off over here. Okay. I know what I can do. Set home cube top. Oh wait, no. Set home cube lower del home. Well, there we go. Ever since I was a kid, I used LOA as shorthand for where I left off at. Even outside of computers, like I'd leave sticky notes. I left off sorting my baseball cards at this point. Or I left off organizing buckets of Legos on this one. And I would just LOA everywhere. Lots of lows. Also, on the Skyrim thing, I don't know if it was because I was streaming. It may have been. But when I went back to my characters that did the alternate start live another life vampire lord beginning, they actually worked. I didn't have to do anything special. They did their little transformation. It didn't take 5 seconds to do, and I had my spells. However, I do have to stay in third person, and in order to get it to actually work, I have to go like scroll back and then scroll forward. Otherwise, my head is invisible. Alright, well, thank you very much, Dill. I guess whenever you leave, let me know, and I'll just come and grab what there is. No obligation, but thank you. Give me that. Give me that. Here. Thank you. Okay. Also, with the Skyrim stuff, wait, that went invisible. Does that mean that is the top of a vertical chunk? Hold on. Must find out. F3 plus G. It is! That's the top of a vertical chunk and it went invisible. because that was the first new block in that vertical chunk in this rendered area. That's what's going on. If a chunk has not had something change in it for a while, the first new blocks in that chunk, whether vertical or horizontal, will go invisible until you zoom in or reload the area visually or whatever. That's what's going on. It's because it says, oh wait, this chunk, yeah, okay. Now we're caught up. You saw it right there. It went invisible for just a split second. Or maybe you didn't see it, but I saw it for sure. Anyway, on the Skyrim stuff, I am going to have to research on the Winter Sun site as well as some of the other mods to see if there's any other details that I can add to the randomizer so I can make a reasonable character. Because as fun as it would be to try to suffer with a terribly hobbled character, I would like there to be at least some semblance because if I roll that I am going to be, I don't know, worshipping Stendar, but I also roll that my primary magic is conjuration, then that really puts a hamper in things. Not as much as if I didn't have Imperious or whatever it's called. Is it Imperious or Ordinator? No, Imperious is the races. Ordinator is the perk trees. Ordinator does allow for a little bit more flexibility with each of the schools of magic and other skill trees, but they are still rather limited. I can, for instance, have a purely restoration build character that does massive amounts of spell damage because of the whole putrefy thing. But there are some aspects of it that are going to be difficult to overcome. So I'm going to make sure that I have little sanity checks inside my code to go, okay, well, you're going to be doing this, but you can't have this deity if you are this race or whatever. Because, like I said, when I was doing my last Skyrim stream, I don't know if, for instance, a Breton can follow Riddlethar. I'm not sure. I don't know if an orc can worship the Hist. Maybe they can. I'm not sure. So I'm going to have to, for all the different options, I'm going to have to make sure that I do a few little sanity checks. Like for instance, if I'm worshipping Periite, I can't justifiably allow myself to go full vampire, full werewolf, because then I am no longer able to get other diseases. And I think once you... Oh, that's actually a good question, though. Once you become a vampire, it removes all of your other diseases. Same thing with werewolf. But I think that's how it works. But it may not. I'm thinking about it now. I'm wondering if you can go catch rock joint and everything else, and then become a werewolf if you get to be a werewolf with rock joint. That's a good question. But either way, if you're a follower of Periite, it's going to be impossible to Pokemon all of the diseases if you're immune to diseases. So there, like for instance, if I'm going to be a vampire, I can't really worship Periite. If I'm going to be a werewolf, I can't really worship Periite. But depending on how it works, for some of that I may be able to story tell my way out of a hole. But I would like for there to be at least some minimal sanity checks. So that's the rest of the paperwork that I need to be doing for the Skyrim stuff. Everything else is pretty much in place. I am assimilating the list of mods. I do need to continue testing with the experience mod because I think that it is interfering with the signature equipment, meaning that I am not leveling my gear. So I'm going to have to play around with a character long enough with the experience mod installed and see if I need to take it out, because the mod's working just fine. Otherwise, it's actually pretty neat. Leveling is a little interesting, I will say that. Now I am definitely leveling much higher than my skills, which is proving to be challenging, but not impossible. And it does offset the whole you can power level your way up to godhood in no time aspect, so that is nice. It's got a built-in stopper for that. But if I don't get to have my equipment become comfortable to me over time, I would rather have the equipment than the experience. So I'm going to have to test that out. But everything else is pretty much done, almost ready to just compile the whole list, put it up on my Discord, and then prepare the announcement video. And then I should be able to very soon start the series. And I have thought about for the first few characters actually just going with the randomization. But just in case I get tremendously good luck with my character development, I don't want to get stuck on a character that I'm not enjoying. So I have decided instead of doing the random for the first one or two, I'm going to have the first two characters be ones that I've already planned out for sure, and then once those break, if they break, they probably will, at that point I will transition over to new characters. But I am at the point pretty much where it's time for me to set up the announcement video for the sequence, or the sequence, the Skyrim series, and I honestly can't wait, because the sooner I can get started on that, the less brain space I need for all these other little side projects, and I can start working on my writing again. Because I didn't get anything published last year. I'm aware of that. I'm painfully aware of that, and I had lots of plans on getting at least Amber done and ready. But then all that stuff happened at the very end of the year, and I just got swept away. And I want to have these big projects like the Skyrim series and the Refugee to Regent series just in place, so I can mindlessly go, all right, it's Wednesday, time for Refugee to Regent, or whatever. And I don't have to think about what I'm going to be doing before or after the stream. It's just, all right, eat my food. Oh, thank you very much, Dill Pickle. Your help is supremely appreciated. But excuse me, the fact that all I would have to do is just, you know, get up for the day, get ready, do some of my writing and editing, then do my stream, and then get right back to writing and editing again. That time that gets freed up for me to not have to be working on all these busy work projects that I've assigned myself for right now will enable me to be able to get some of the things published that I want to get published. Because if I do have a New Year's resolution that isn't a funny haha New Year's resolution, it is, I want to at least get one more book published this next year, if not two. Because when it comes down to it, it's nice to be able to say, yeah, I've got a YouTube channel with 1,000 videos on it and a couple thousand subscribers and all that kind of stuff. And I've got these Minecraft projects and things like that. It is nice to be able to say that, but when it comes down to it, I have enough material that I will be writing until my 80s just to clear my head of all the stuff that I've got already started. And I want that stuff published. And I'm sure that there are quite a few people who are going, oh boy, I can't wait to read the next thing. Because I've got the 2 books out, but wait, there's more. Emma, if you're still over there on Twitch, you were there with me while I was putting together a pretty sizable scene from my story, Making Space, just the other day. You don't think I'll ever have a clear head? Yeah, neither do I. That's the problem. No, actually, that's not a problem. That's actually a good thing. All right. Grab a drink here. So, Emma, how do you like the little ba 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 of my PNG tuber? What? Oh, I'm empty on that. Maybe. Oh, before I forget, home dill, and then chiseled deep slate is down here, and then cobbled is there. And I'll leave this claim as is so that they can come back and do more if they want next time they're on. But home. Automod. What? It said that the word put, P-U-T, is flagged for misogyny. What? Automod. What? Put. Okay. Oh, where's my cursor? Home, warehouse. I put the tags, technology, yeah. I put the tags on the YouTube video, but I'm still getting the hang of Twitch, so I don't know where the tags go for Twitch. That would be appreciated. Put some of this overflow here. Oh. Dill. I filled the double chest with... No, I didn't. Didn't do it there either. Oh, that reminds me. Kit, daily, kit, monthly, 15 days. Kit, weekly, PV3, blah, 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 blah. PV2. Cube blow. You just got 5 stardust? Nice. So is that from like the random chest or whatever? Wait, this is the one that gets those. Oh no, this is the one that just gets outright the full thing. Yeah? Yeah. Now, I'm still figuring out how to get all the stardust and all that hammered out. I was under the impression that I couldn't start doing the stardust stuff until I was already doing the bit things. So clearly there's something I'm not understanding. So, well, bye. Rip. So I'm gonna have to look more into what all that entails. So bear with me when it comes to that. Any insights would be appreciated. I can't see what you're seeing on your end. So information helps. I think that the Stardust stuff comes from stream elements. I'm gonna have to look. Basically, I went ham and started looking into everything that I could to try to add some games and activities and stuff. Cause I'm not gonna be, you know, like putting on clown glasses and whatnot unless I can figure out how to do that with the PNG Tuber Plus thing. But I having things like what RGA does and all that kind of stuff, it's not really feasible for me and my playstyle and everything. So what I want to do is give people, you know, activities, dice rolling and throwing rotten fruit at my screen and putting stickers everywhere and stuff like that. And maybe if I can figure out how to do it, some sort of little like an incremental game, you know, how like we have on the Discord. You can play Minecord or whatever. And do the digging and all that kind of stuff every day. I want to have things like that for my stream chat to be able to do. And so I started looking into all the different options I had, and some of them said, okay, well, you need bits. So okay, those need bits. And then the other things, I added them, and some of them don't seem to show up as panels. They just exist, like stream elements, if I'm understanding it correctly, doesn't get its own little panel at the bottom of my streams. It's a thing, and I think it's stream elements is where I have the Stardust. I'm gonna have to look that back up. Yeah, the scratchers and the pick a card and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. And that's actually why I included that, is because, you know, I wanted people to have things to do. Aha! Maybe 2 torches. Now. Well, everything's going to get the regular torches, but then the ones that line up with these big squares in both directions, those get the extra set. So I'll do all of these, the first set for everything. And hello, Tomfoolery, and also Plexive. I did not see you join chat, Plexive. It may have been at the same time as when I got the notification from Tomfoolery. But hello to both. How are you? Love the name Tomfoolery. I am awash with tomfoolery. And shenanigans, even. Excuse me. Well, welcome. Greetings, fellow space traveler. Doop doop doo. Alright, that's that. And now I go in and do these. The light keeps the monsters away. The light keeps the monsters away. The light keeps the monsters away. And then Sully comes through a door. No, you're not a monster. You're a magical beastie. How you doing down here, by the way? Oh, wow. Look at that. Okay. So this layer is the one that goes like that. And because it is... Oh, that was a good neck pop. Because it is the layer that is at the bottom of this vertical chunk, I'm going to have several instances of vanished blocks that will be appearing after some amount of time. But then once I get all these blocks in place, at the bottom of this chunk, like that will happen a lot until I'm done with this layer. And then once I get done with that chunk, I can fix this by zooming in. Boop. It won't be for another 16 more layers that I have to worry about lots of vanishing blocks again. What is my favorite song? Let's see here. That's honestly a good question. Because I have different favorites in different kinds of music. Like, oh, that's... I need to turn here. I have some favorites in classical music. I have favorites in orchestral symphonic music, which doesn't necessarily mean classical. I have favorites in oldies. I have favorites in just every kind of music under the sun. I have favorites that I enjoy singing, and I have favorites that I don't know the words to, but I like listening to. So when it comes down to what is my all-time favorite song, I don't know if I can qualify anyone as an answer. It would depend on my mood at the time of answering. I enjoy large orchestral, symphonic, grandiose music. And interestingly enough, a lot of my favorites library includes even death metal that has that aspect to it. Like there's an awful lot of orchestral death music, death metal music. So that is honestly a really difficult question to answer. Recently, I have been enjoying singing many of the songs from Bruce Dickinson's Chemical Wedding Day album. Several of the songs from Typo Negative's October Rust. I have been enjoying the heck out of some Billy Joel music. Longest Time, Uptown Girl. What is the name of that? Just the Way You Are. That's a fun one to sing. My music tastes are honestly all over the place. I was very ecstatic to have a John Williams piece go through my playlist not too long ago. During my 20s, one of my favorite albums was Mortal Kombat soundtrack. There's some stuff on there that still holds up pretty well for me. Mortal Kombat is how I discovered Fear Factory and I think Gravity Kills. I'm pretty sure they also introduced me to Sepultura. Yeah, my tastes are just like all over the place. Hello! That is definitely a long beard that I have. I tried to make it, you can't see the bottom of the beard, but I tried to make it to scale the same as mine. Generally. Whoop, oh, there goes, I'm bumping the mouse. That's, whee! When I'm wearing some of my outfits and some of the decorative hat bands and stuff, and like for instance, my green trench coat, I have had people call me Santa out in public. Cause here's this middle-aged guy walking around with a little bit of gray in the beard, but a vest and a top hat and tie and everything, looking like greens and reds for Christmas time, and I did not think that I would appreciate being called Santa, but here we are. Have I heard the song you recommended to me? You will need to remind me. Was it... Is it something that you posted on the Discord? What? Oh. Why is that empty? Oh, the torches, that's right. I feel like it was probably a Discord one. Let's see here. I do not see where it was. I would have to do a little bit more extra snooping around to figure that out. Oh, also, thank you, Emma. My thing about the Twitch, it still has my old avatar on it. I will have to repost that. It is very weird now to be looking over at my other monitor and seeing a little version of my head just sitting there on the screen. What's even weirder is, even though I'm not watching it, I know that it's over there blinking at me. That's something that I wanted to mess around with. I like the head on because that's easier for me to draw, but I see a lot of PNG tubers have like their character off to the side somewhat, like looking in towards the middle of the screen or something like that, and I don't know if I can accomplish that, but it feels like subconsciously that would be a little easier on the eyes, because this way, this is just me looking straight at the camera, and that feels, because people don't do it on movies and stuff and everything, it feels weird. Just even for me looking over there, that straight on gaze. But if instead I make it so that the my eyes are pointed in towards the game, in towards everything, and then when I talk, I turn my eyes to face the camera. That feels like that might be a little bit better way of doing it. So I have a number of things that I want to try to experiment with on this PNG tuber thing, but I have this sometimes bad habit of once I get a wild hair, I have to pursue a project until I'm good at it, at least moderately enough to be able to. Yep, there's some invisible. At least moderately enough to be able to be competent, and so I just sat there yesterday and went, I'm going to become a PNG tuber, and here we are. Because I feel like it's a lot easier for me to do a PNG tuber than a VTuber. Because it seems like much of the VTuber stuff still relies on the webcam or whatever to capture the actions and whatnot of the person that is being portrayed by the avatar. Whereas this just simply picks up on sound and says, if sounds, then flap lips. But I am going to be refining the picture no matter what. But I just wanted to get something up there. This is, honestly, this is my avatar from way back in the day that has been very heavily modified. Like, yeah, you can tell it's the same dude, but it is so drastically changed, and for good reason, that I'm gonna have to fiddle with it some more to make it more fitting, because this is in the tiny corner there. You can not really tell how awfully pixely it is, but this is rough. This image is pretty darn rough, and that's because it's gone through years and years of switching back and forth between PNGs and JPEGs and bitmaps and everything else, as I would use it from one piece of software to the next, and instead of keeping the original, I just said, I'm going to update my image to meet this new profile requirement, and it requires .bmp instead of .jpg, and so I would have to switch back and forth and back and forth. So the result is a very grainy, fuzzy picture, and I need to refine it, long and short of that. But I am very happy with the way I got it to turn out, at least thus far. And even with it being pretty grainy, it looks okay. I'm happy with it. Not everyone has the ability to swap skills between different kinds of tasks that rapidly, so I recognize that even being mediocre at this is still okay. But I feel that I have room for improvement. This is the rough draft PNG tuber. Oh, that's the end of that direction. Okay. The default for this is something that looks rather goofy, and it is used to demonstrate some of the other functionality of the PNG Tuber Plus, because it makes it so your little dude bounces around and has more animations, and you can attach the hair differently and the beard differently and all that, so that when they bounce around, there's like gravity shifting stuff, and you have more movement and all that kind of stuff. But except for my hands, I'm not really all that animated of a person anyway, and so it is hard for me to envision my avatar being animated when I'm not. I mean, my brain is one big cartoon, don't get me wrong. But if you were to see me gaming or working on a project in person, you'd look at my face and go, are they dead inside? Make him fly around in a spaceship? That would be interesting. Give him like a little cockpit area. I could do something like that. I could use that as one of the costumes. I could figure out this costume business. Because I think that the way costumes work is you set something to be costume 1, and then whatever is set as costume 1 is applied to your base character. So I could have one costume be me in a spacesuit wearing the helmet. I could have another costume being me inside the cockpit of a spaceship. I could have another costume of maybe me Minecraftifying this avatar. But I don't care what happens, I'm staying with my Indiana Jones avatar for Minecraft. I've had this since like 2012 or whatever. 12 or 14, whenever it was that I got it. I've had it forever. This is my outfit. I have, since I got it, I found an exact copy that has the hat band around it as the extra 3D layer thing, but beyond that, it has been unchanged. I added the hat band. But I'm Indiana Jones. This layer, by the way, shouldn't produce any of those invisible blocks anymore. Because I think I've... well, maybe when I get outside of those marginal chunks, it'll start again. But at least for where I am presently, there shouldn't be any vanishing blocks. Let's see here. F3 and G. Yeah, maybe once I get to here, they'll start having the little disappearing act again, but that's going to be a while. I have to remember that even though my wrist doesn't have to be in a brace all the time, I have to make sure it doesn't lock up. I made some reasonable progress today. And I'm only 3 hours in. I started with that bottom layer, so it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I've done 7. I'm on 8. I might be able to get 10 layers tonight. Because I've had little interludes. One project I do want to try my hardest to get finished this weekend is I have at least 1 hour. If I can make it loop, cool. If I have to do it just a 10-hour video manually, then I'll do a 10-hour video manually. I want to have a video recorded from one of my builds that has sort of a relaxing vibe to it. And then I'm going to be adding some sounds and some music tracks to make it something that I can have as a calming video that I can play of my own on speaker while I'm trying to sleep. Because I have several videos that I play from different YouTubers that satisfy that need, but the way I look at it is, well, I'm a YouTuber and I can make something like that. That's not impossible. So I want to get something up on my channel that I want to just play. I know it doesn't help my watch time with me watching my stuff, but it's nice to be able to go, I made something that I like to use. Oh, went over. By the way, speaking of RGA rating, or as it happens, not rating, I'm going to try to get my time organized such that I can start streaming partway through RGA's stream and see if I can catch a raid. I will be working probably more on this Menger Sponge so that I can have some sort of mindless project, because I don't want to have to be going back and forth to the Lordaeron world and have to keep eyeballing stuff and paying attention elsewhere. I want it to be something that I can just go, alright, he's dead, let's go get gems, and now back to building, and then okay, he's dead again, let's go get gems, and now back to building. And then when he's finally done streaming, I want to be working on a project, you know, on here, so that I could potentially catch a raid from him. Because in the past, he did say something in response to someone asking something else. He said that he did wish that it was possible to raid to YouTube and not just Twitch. And all the time since then, I've been thinking, well, it's a shame that I don't stream on Twitch. It's a shame that I can't do multi-streaming because of the whole Twitch thing. And now, here I am back on Twitch, and I'm multi-streaming, and so it no longer needs to be a shame. I can try to do things to capture a raid from RGA, because you know, a lot of his audience, most of it, if not all of it, plays here on Performium. And most of the people that he raids spend almost no time whatsoever on Performium anymore. And when they are streaming, they're doing something like Left 4 Dead, or what's this new big game that everyone Lethal Company, that's it. I don't think that I have it within me to play Lethal Company. Anyway, I believe that it would be nice for RGA to be able to go, hey, I can raid someone who's actually on my server. Because I know that he enjoys seeing people liking his server. You can see it in his face when people tell the little stories about how they are so glad that they found his server and all that kind of stuff. And that's empty. That's the opposite of what I need. Anyway, put that up there. There we go. Long and short of it is, I want to try to be awake and streaming to be able to capture a raid from RGA during his Saturday streams. It'll be a little early for me getting up, but I think as long as I'm doing something like this, I can be awake enough by the time he is done streaming to not only be a viable option for capturing a raid, but also to be in the middle of doing something worthy of being called a project. That he can come and look at and even go over here, maybe in person, God forbid. Because when he takes interest in someone's build, the surprises. That's the one thing I dread. I get a raid from him. I don't want to garner his trolling attention. And yes, I know that this started as a trolling server ultimately, but still. Doesn't mean I have to like trolling. What got me started on Performium, by the way, was it had nothing to do with the trolling. It was the first one on the list that came up when I did a search for servers with Skyblock and servers with MC MMO. And that was in 2016, at the end of 2016, very near the end of it. And I got my Skyblock island started and started doing stuff. And then come February of 2017, I started streaming on here. Or not streaming, doing videos, I should say. And that was the start of my experience with Performium. 2016, 2017. And thankfully, none of the staff really did trolling to the people on the Skyblock server. I got really lucky. I picked Skyblock. And there wasn't a lot of trolling. And so I was able to just do my own stuff. Very happy about that. Yeah, longest time taken solving the maze. Yep. Some people say he's still trying to solve it. Stream might be breaking? How do you mean? Well, I mean, your island still wasn't a full-on trolled island. I mean, your island was kind of accidentally trolled. Oops. Oh, that's something I need to make sure of, by the way. I accidentally let all of my Steam downloads finish the other day. And so I don't have a pausable download. I'm going to have to either uninstall something and re-download it or find something else new I want to download. Because what I have been doing, in order to prevent Steam from trying to eat up all of my bandwidth by downloading something while I'm streaming, is I get a download started and then I click pause. And it stays paused until I manually tell it otherwise or restart my computer. And this makes it so it is safe and I don't have to worry about all of my bitrate going through the floor. But I realized the other day, in the luckiest tab ever, I alt-tabbed over to look at something else and saw that a Steam download had just started. So I hopped in, paused the download, and I think none were the wiser. But if I don't pause my Steam downloads, it can do some fantastically awful things to my frame rates. Now, I don't know if that's what was happening to you just then. What is a Menger Fractal? A Menger Fractal, Liam, is if you take a cube of something and then you go in from all 6 sides and remove the middle, what you are left with is 20 smaller pieces of cube. And then if you take those new shapes and do that again, each one of those smaller pieces of cube then becomes the next smaller iteration, and so on and so forth, until you have a shape that approaches having and I won't say infinite, but arbitrarily large surface area, but low volume of space. And if I go down, I think here, I can show off over here. So this is a single cube. Now I've used the chisel deep slate because it looks like it's got a hole in all 6 sides, so I'm pretending it's an even smaller Menger sponge. But if you take 20 of those, you get this shape right here. This is a tier 1 Menger sponge. That's tier 0, that's tier 1. Then if you take 20 of these, you can build this. This is a tier 2 Menger sponge. And this is a lot better way of showing off. The hole goes through all 6 sides and here in the very middle. And if I were small enough, I could do the same thing this, but all 6 sides here and here. There's a hole in the bottom, all 4 sides there, and the top, and also where my head is. So you start with 27, you remove the middle 7, and then you're left with 20. And then you use that to make the next size up, and then use this to make the next size up, and so on and so forth. I am building here a 3.2 million block tier 5 Menger sponge. And it is 243 all the way over to that side by 243 by 243 up and down. Or it will be once I'm done. Now, in the grand scheme of things, what is it? It's recreational mathematics. I'm a bit of a math dork. And I've always enjoyed fractals and fractal geometry. Physical, visual representations of insanely silly math. But there are some aspects of fractals that come into play with understanding certain aspects of population, of physical interaction with gravities and things like that. The Menger sponge, not so much. This is almost strictly recreational. But there are some fractals that actually have decent enough application in real world stuff. But while the Menger sponge doesn't have any application to real world stuff that's useful in solving big problems like fuel economy or transportation efficiency or population densities and things like that, what the Menger sponge does have going for it is easy to describe and explain how to make it. A 2-dimensional version, by the way, is called Sierpinski's carpet. And what that is you take a shape, you take out the middle square, and then you're left with 8 more shapes. And you take out the middle square of each of those, and you're left with 8 smaller shapes. You take out the middle square of those, and you're left with 8 smaller shapes, and so on and so forth ad nauseum. It's really easy to demonstrate, it's really easy to describe, and as long as you sit still long enough, the math isn't all that bad. But I think ultimately the best function of the Menger sponge is accessibility for understanding and demonstration. But for me, for the purposes of Minecraft, the other best attribute of it is it's made of cubes. And Minecraft is cubes. And my brain said, ooh, I like fractals, and ooh, I like Minecraft, so let's marry the two together and just make this Megabuild. And it is monolithic. In every sense of the word, it is monolithic. Did I? I did. It is made out of chiseled deep slate exclusively, well, except for the lighting, but I don't count that. And so it is monolithic, one stone to rule them all. And I will probably never go out of my way to use chiseled deep slate for anything ever again in my entire life after I'm done with this project. Because 3.2 million blocks is a lot. In short, a Menger Sponge is physical math. Extreme math. Yeah, I don't know why my stream would have been hiccupy. But as you can see, I keep going between 5 bars on the top left. I keep going between 5 bars and 3 bars. So I'm gonna guess that that has something to do with it. I swear, if my printer has an update that it's downloading in the background or something, that's frustrating when that happens. Actually, let's see here, network activity. Network activity, 3 megabits a second. So, yep. OBS, Java, a little bit of Firefox, and that's probably for the Twitch chat. Streamlabs, OBS, Firefox. Ah, I see. There are little instances of a vast popping up, and I can't stop that. Yep. Yep, that's what it is. It's got to be a vast. Ah, silly antivirus. All right, so this next layer is this here. I did hear that MatPat is retiring, but MatPat has a great crew. Yep. Yeah, that's a weird lag. Come on. I timed out. Hooray! Refresh. Refresh again. Okay, so I know it's not my internet. This is actually the second time I've timed out from the server today. Once was just before I started the stream. Oh, you also timed out. Esta no bueno. So when I was having that little pre-timeout hang there, was that in any way also affecting my bitrate? Was my stream going through choppy at that time, or was the stream fine while I was timing out? Oh, you're good. I seem to be back at 5 bars though, so that's something. Okay. But yeah, Matt Pat is stepping down, and good for him. He's had a good long run, and now he can focus on doing other aspects of not only the theorist stuff, but also, you know, he's married. He's got a kid. He's got a life. He's doing okay for himself. He deserves to be able to, you know, enjoy some of his life and not have to be chained to, well, I need to worry about the next video I'm making and all that kind of stuff. Because I can tell you, that's not fun. When you have to spend all of your time worrying about what you're going to do for your next video, or how you're going to make the next thumbnail or whatever. It's partly why so many content creators don't do all the stuff themselves. They do the content creation, and then they have someone else who edits it for them. They have someone else who makes their thumbnails, and let's just say I wish I had those kind of first world problems. Because that means I could actually have some reasonable income going on here. Largely, I'm doing all this stuff so that I have a little bit of something to buffer the fact that I am focusing on writing. And this is kind of stepped in between me and my writing, not entirely, but a lot. And I figure by having something like this, I can potentially get a little bit of a reprieve. Yeah, everything feels smooth right now. wonder if it was just the server connection to some network services, not all. Because Stone Tootsie didn't seem like there were any problems with their connection. I mean, they dropped down to 4 all the time, but they didn't seem to get kicked. And I think this other name, Toki, whatever, I think that they also managed to stay on. However, it did say, I think, 244 players when I rejoined. Or maybe it said 344, but still, it's not a whole lot. However, I don't know if that's just the number that it was, or if it's the result of there being a little bit of a dump. But I do know that there was a reasonable sized timeout right before I started my stream. And people were still coming back. Get this off my screen. There we go. Oh, that's all right. Yeah, I'm gonna have to figure out how to sideways my avatar a little bit. Really? Because that is a little bit uncanny. Are you kidding? I've seen your progress from today, from up here. I can tell your progress. You've done a lot. And you're doing that big old row. It goes all the way out of range for me. Whereas I'm just doing the square. You're doing a whole freaking row. I can tell your progress. Now, I would like to know, on the subject of additions to my stream, I would like to know what RGA uses to mod his voice. If it's something I've got to pay for, well, that's right out. But if he's got something where he can on the fly mod his voice with all those different voices that he does, if it's something I can use, I want to know about it. That's another thing on my list. Voice modifications. So anyone have any interesting plans for the weekend? That's interesting plans. Hanging out with friends, good times. I do know that tomorrow, oh boy, I need to refresh my memory on that time. Tomorrow. Scrolly. 11:30 a.m. So in 12 hours, I have to be up because the wife is going to the dentist. Okay. Next layer. This is the heatsink layer. so high up that all I can see is the void. All that exists is the void, the clouds, the Menger Sponge, and a line of smoke. I think there's some smoke over here, yeah. Hello, Braxton Rivera. Your only plan is... Yeah, Monday. Monday's gonna be cold up here for me too. We're talking a high single digits. It's gonna be fun, fun, fun. Do I have a Discord? I do have a Discord. It is linked in the description. All you have to do is pick a role when you get there. You live in Iowa. I hear Iowa's got a bit of a cold front going through it too. I'm in the St. Louis area. So we've got all that river effect weather that also happens where I am, but the fronts are largely driving everything, and so we've got this cold snap starting this weekend, and I'm not looking forward to it. I don't want to have to go shopping in single-digit weather. But honestly, it's probably better to do it in single-digit weather than to just let the car sit the entire time. Oh, I need to make sure to get some heat in the gas tank tonight. Tonight or tomorrow. Yikes. H-E-E-T, heat. You put that as a fuel additive in your gas tank. It acts as fuel line antifreeze. Do not put actual antifreeze in your gas. Your car will be destroyed. Heat, yes. Antifreeze, no. It won't let you from the description. It's remedy for boredom. Thorn of Night's Remedy for Boredom is the name of the Discord. And I wonder why it's not letting it go from the description. You're the second person who has said that. It is important when you're putting a canister of heat into your tank that you do it and then put some gas in afterward, because if you just put it in there like you're just parked and you just put it in there, it may not have the ability to mix thoroughly through the rest of your gas tank. And the way it works is it needs to be diffused as evenly as possible through ideally a full tank of gas, but obviously it can work with less gas. In fact, it probably works a little better with less gas, but it's designed for a full, like, 15-gallon tank of gas. And it helps prevent your little tiny thin gas line from freezing. Unless you have almost no gas whatsoever, your gas is not going to freeze inside the tank. That's something you don't have to worry about, really. But once it gets into that little tiny line that goes from the tank to your engine, that strips all the heat that might have been left, and it turns your gas into basically jelly. And a little bit of heat goes a long way. I swear by heat. There's two things that I make sure to treat all of my cars with all the time whenever I can. Heat when it's cold, and when I get to do my own oil changes rather than having to make sure it gets taken in for warranty oil changes, I use Royal Purple oil. It's a little bit pricier, but man, the difference. Royal Purple is one of the best motor oils I've ever encountered. And what you're getting with that little bit extra per quart in money is a whole lot of peace of mind. Thank you, Schlag56, for subscribing. I appreciate the sub. Welcome to the family. Welcome to the crew. Welcome to this journey as we cling to this little greasy ball of mud and stone and water. As our planet drifts through space, we travel along with it. We are space travelers. Elvis is trying to join. They don't understand the pick a roll. Aha. Hey! Hello, Elvis. I did make it so that, for sure, anyone who freshly joins, they get pinged in general, and I made sure that general is visible. It took a little bit of jiggling around to do. But they get pinged with instructions to make sure that a role gets picked. But hi, welcome Elvis, if that's you. Braxton, I guess. Let's see here. And possibly also Schlag. Lots of names. What is that? Oh, that's the observation deck. For Darth Chicken's pixel art. So Braxton, this is your first encounter. What do you think of my rough draft for my PNG tuber down in the bottom left? Flapping his little lips at you. Oops. I think I need to make him stare more towards the game and not make constant eye contact with the audience. What do you think? I tossed that together last night in a fevered session before I went to bed, because I told myself I'm going to figure out this PNG tuber thing. And so I went to Paint and fiddled with an image until I made something that has a semblance of my avatar. Definitely needs a little work, but I think it's a good solid rough draft. I'm happy with it. A little creepy on the staring though. Just a smidge. The more I think about it, the more I realize, yeah, I should make him avert his eyes when he's not talking. Honestly, the one that comes with the PNG Tuber Plus is rather funny. Here, let me finish this row here. I actually do want to bring that up just so you can see what it is. Doop, doop, doop. There we go. So the way they have it, PNG Tuber, now you get to see all the little menus and things. Let's do this. Let's load an avatar. Default avatar, open. So this is it. Put that here like so. Come back out over here and then click off the screen. Blah, 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 blah. The eye's shifting towards the middle, but it's so large of a shift that it bothered me. So I wanted to leave my eyes just static, but I wanted to keep the blinking. But they also had this other little thing where I bounce around. When I talk, it goes blah, 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 and there's all this little bounce. And I don't know if you can tell, but I'm kind of just drifting through space or something like that. You can also see that my hat moves slightly separate, my hair, things like that. So I wanted to make it more my own. So oops. So I went with this guy here. Do that. Exit back out of that. Turn off the bounce. The bounce is kind of comical, but I don't like it. There we go. Do this. Turn the bounce force back off and back to Minecraft. It feels more alive with the bounce. I'll give it a go. Let me add the bounce. Just a little bit. A little bit of bounce force. Ba ba da ba ba ba. Ba ba da ba. Is that enough bounce? There we go. That's a little bit more bounce. And I guess if I'm going to be doing some bounce, I do need to do this. Move this down just a little bit. And then save. Oh. There we go. And exit out of that. A little bit of bounce. Okay, cool. We'll test the bounce. More live, less stiff, a little bit of bounce. Okay. So what I'm thinking is I'm going to make my hat a little bit looser. And then also I'm going to make my beard kind of flappy when I'm talking and all that. Do I know Alpine 1? I don't know who Alpine 1 is. Would they be on Minecraft? Would they be on some other platform? I don't recognize the name. This feels better as a viewer? Okay. Thank you. I will definitely keep the animation. I liked the stiff because I'm not all that animated while I am streaming because I'm leaned in and focused on the game. So I built my avatar to reflect sort of me, as you do. But you are the people who have to deal with my avatar. So if you say a little bit of bounce is good, then I'm going to do a little bit of bounce. Architecture. Alpine 1. They have... Wait a minute. Are they the one that runs a server where they like build recreations of famous architecture and it's just on a server? And like there's one that I watched. If it is the same one, they built this one house that was based on, I forgot whose place it was. It was someone who was famous and involved with the Underground Railroad, and they included all the tunnel networks that were found after the fact from their building. And so what they did is they built their house, but they also built the from the blueprints all the tunnel networks underneath. And then after they were done, they went through and explored everything in first person. If that's the same one I'm thinking of. Probably Harriet Tubman, yeah. So I need to do this. I have watched a number of Minecraft builders and architecture builders. I sort of tried to understand a little bit of, well, everything I can get my little brain in, but when it comes to Minecraft, I am trying to incorporate in some of my stuff architecture that represents stuff in the real world. I tried to make things reasonably scaled, but with Minecraft, that in order to make things look right, you have to make things a little bit larger than life. So I try to incorporate things that are smaller scale, but still representative of normal, like human Earth structures. Obviously, this is not one of those things. This is just building because it's here. This is monolithic math at its finest. This is just for the sheer pleasure and joy of being a math dork who also Minecrafts. Whiteburg City. Oh no. My brain just said, it's been a long time since you've had White Castle. So now I want some sliders with cheese, some chicken rings, and a chocolate shake. And I haven't craved any of this for so long. I didn't do the inner. Okay, I'll do the inner all in one go. I haven't thought about White Castle for so long. Honestly, though, if I'm going to get a shake, it's going to be from Steak and Shake. Or Arby's. Arby's is good, too. I would say I want a shake from McDonald's, but we know how that'll go. I seem to recall that Arby's stopped carrying one of my favorite shakes. I think they will probably always have the Jamocha shake. I think that that's just a staple of Arby's. But my brain is telling me that I have a recollection of learning that they stopped carrying their mint shake. That was one of my favorite shakes ever, because Arby's was one of the only places where you could get mint shakes at any time of the year, not just during St. Patrick's. Yeah, same Cuddles. My scumbag brain's going, milkshake. Oops. Usually what I do when my brain says milkshake is I just, get a thing of ice cream. It's 4 times the ice cream for the same price. Oh, Shamrock Shake. Oh my god, they're so good. And they taste so good, so therefore something must be really wrong with them, but I want one so bad. I never did get a Grimace Shake. I have been told that they are very ordinary. Oh no, around here, Arby's had mint all year round. I would get a mint shake and a Jamocha shake any time of year. And then after the plague, I went back to the Arby's and they said, no, we don't carry mint anymore. Much cry, very sad. What I ended up doing, I think, I got a chocolate chip shake, or something like that, and then I just added some drops of mint flavoring at home, and just mixed it to death. And it turned out okay-ish. And then, oh yeah, that was the time, okay. So I also found out after I had done that in our baking goods, we had an unopened bag of Andes mints that I was unaware of. Just sitting on the shelf in the kitchen. I could have added Andes mints to my homemade mint shake. So sad. Yeah, it looks like I'm getting ice cream this weekend. I don't even think I need to add it to my list. I think it's a permanent resident in my brain. Cookie butter flavored ice cream. What is cookie butter? That sounds amazing. Where did you get this extravagant sounding, lush, gout inducing snack? Oh, and in case you're wondering, Braxton, I don't have a means to merge my two chats. I'm being talked to from both YouTube and Twitch. And anyone who's watching that's watching on one, I would appreciate if you liked or followed or subscribed or whatever to the other. I'm trying to keep growing. I think, honestly, Cuddles, I think that was also the last time I had a shake. I think I had a shake because you had a shake, or vice versa. Why, thank you for the subscribe. Oh yeah, that's right. You I believe, are Schlag. Alright. It is still before midnight for me. I'm gonna get in at least 1 or 2 more layers. Especially because this coming up, these are gonna be some of the lowest block number layers for this scale of this tier of the build. And if I can get 2 more layers in, then that means that for this whole tier 4 that I'm doing, I will be halfway. Ah, we're in the same time zone. Oh yeah, you're Iowa, that's right. How low is it supposed to get up for you up there this weekend? For me, it's supposed to get down to 0. It was going to be -4, but when I saw some numbers, I thought I saw -13 in the area of Iowa for like Saturday or Sunday or something like that. -13, if my memory serves. Might have been Wisconsin. You're in a blizzard warning. Oh, good. Make sure you've got, you know, food and drink and warm toes. And don't drive if you don't have to. We were scheduled to get, I say scheduled, but we were due to get between 3 and 5 inches of snow. tomorrow. But then they lowered the temperature a little bit and turned it all to rain. The high is supposed to still be below freezing, but it's rain. So that tells me that I'm going to have to deal with a 1/4 inch of ice on every surface of everything in the world once it starts. I am not looking forward to that kind of weather. And we have to go out to the dentist tomorrow. I will definitely do the driving. She is from Texas. And while she has been here for enough time to acclimate a little bit to snow conditions, you never forget how terrible it is to actually drive in bad ice conditions. Especially if you've been passenger to someone who almost wrecked their car. Cough, cough, my sister. It gives you a different perspective on driving when you have consistent bad weather every year. Oh, call ahead and make sure they're still open. They should be. They should still be open because here's the thing: the weather, the actual precipitation isn't due to come through until later in the afternoon anyway. So it's just going to be in the 20s and cloudy. It shouldn't start actually spitting rain until after the appointment is over. I think we're good there. Which is part of the reason why we've also planned to get a little bit of preliminary shopping done, you know, just in case. Would hate for us to get stuck in the neighborhood and not have some supplies that we ought to have. I am keeping my eye on it, though. I'm keeping a weather eye on it. No, but seriously, I don't like bad weather. And anything I can do to not have to interact with bad weather is a step well taken. And I'm just glad that even though we didn't know the weather when we made the dentist appointment sometime last year, I'm glad it's lined up so that it'll be done before it starts precipitating. As far as the weather chart, excuse me, it seems to indicate. Getting all choked up here. Oh, there we go. I'll take a drink. $10 inches in one day. That's for you. 10 inches is probably just normal, whatever. But 10 inches in one day, even if you're used to it, is a lot. But for what if it's a blizzard condition, that's probably like 10 inches in an hour and a half or less, and that's also scary. Wait, what am I doing? This is. This stage. I jumped the gun. Three freaking storms back to back to back. You're getting slammed. I feel so bad for you. Three storms are brewing. But yeah, the first snow, the first inclement weather during cold, whether it's snow, sleet, freezing rain, whatever, uh, that that's usually the worst of the season, and that's because in areas that don't always have really bad weather all the time when it's cold, people get complacent when it gets warm. And they forget that for a few months of the year, instead of, like half of the year, like it is in some places, for just a few months of the year, it gets a little tough to drive sometimes. But that first good storm around here, I do not want to be on the road at all when it starts, because that's when everyone rediscovers that they don't remember how to drive in snow. And no matter how good I might be at driving, I don't trust them. And one year I had to go out for something. Like there was no option. I had to go out for something. And so I am driving extra super careful, and I get to the curve, and I am just driving oh so cautiously. And I don't slam on the brakes or anything. I don't turn aggressively, but I guess I hit one little piece of magic snow. And the slowest slide you've ever seen in your life. I could have probably gotten out, walked in front of my car, and braced it to make it stop sliding. That's how slow it was going. And I almost was tempted to, because there was someone going the other way who watched it start. They said, hold on, I have to go up that way. I'll come back with the tow cable and get you out of there. And we just sat there. He sat around and waited for me to finish gliding, and it was like I wedged perfectly into what was effectively a parking spot, and between a couple of like small trees or whatever. And just this slow motion slide to a dead stop. No injuries, nothing wrong, but there's literally nothing I could do safely and wisely to avoid it. And he just said that it was the most hilarious and remarkable thing. Oh, I suppose I should probably, well, if they ask. They did ask. Discord, come down over here to the FAQ. There we go. Oh. Do I like Elvis? The appropriate answer, if someone asks if you like Elvis, is to say, oh. I was actually singing an Elvis song yesterday. And it is everything in my power not to break out into singing when I think about songs that I know. I do not want to do that on my streams or videos because I do not want strikes on either of my channels. So what I have to do is bite my tongue and not sing. And then after I'm done streaming, you can ask Cuddles, you can ask Emma. After I'm done streaming, if I'm in voice on Discord and I get a wild hair, oh, I'm gonna break into song. It's like that meme where the kid's in school sweating and his veins popping out of his forehead in the school desk. That's me waiting to finish the stream so that I can start singing again. That's that layer done, and it's only just now midnight. Hello, Zachariah. Thank you for the follow. That puts me one follow closer to being able to do bits on Twitch. You now have snow and sleet for Monday. If your weather changed, oh, if yours says it's got sleet and not rain, uh-oh. Uh-oh. I don't have any further information. It does, precipitation. Ew, it's moved forward in the day. Oh no. But now there's less of it. What? But now Saturday is going back down in temperature again. What? Okay, this weather is wild. Alright, I'm going to do one more layer. And then I figure that should put me about close to about 5 hours-ish. That should be good enough. I have done a lot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. This will be the 14th layer today. Ah! Okay. Well, thank you, Branchy. I feel like I'm way too high. There we go. One thing about Discord that I have recently discovered is if you are listening to Spotify, which I just recently, like 2 weeks ago, joined Spotify. But if you're listening to Spotify and you enter a voice chat in Discord, then it knows you're listening to Spotify and it gives other people an opportunity to listen along. But only if they have the premium version. However, that doesn't stop them from searching what you're listening for and listening to their own version of it on their own free Spotify. But I've learned that because I have like a whole bevy of ad blockers, Spotify on the PC, no ads. In the app, oh yeah, I've had ads that locked up my computer. And I have a beast of a machine. Ads that lock up your computer. That's not good. That means it's doing stuff it's not supposed to. And unless that is never going to happen, I cannot trust ads. So I will be listening to Spotify through the browser, please, and thank you. But because of that, I don't get to listen to what other people are listening to by just clicking the button. However, where this is all going is, if anyone who is watching and listening who joins my Discord, this is a lot of ifs. There's a lot of if coming off of this one. But if all that happens and I'm in voice and I'm listening to Spotify, don't be surprised if I have a very extravagant and all over the place listening experience. Be prepared for just all manner of stuff. No naughty things. I mean, the worst thing is death metal, but that's not naughty. That's just, rebellious. But no, this is, I have everything from death metal to Weird Al to classical music to Billy Joel to I have some Elvis in my playlist. Soundtracks from movies. I have just all manner of stuff from all different kinds of genres, except, interestingly enough, no hip hop, rap, and no country music. Not because any of those are intrinsically bad, it's just because I have too many other things that I prefer to listen to. Way back in the day, I used to listen to country music, mostly because that's all there was on the radio. Yeesh. But I did listen to it actively on the radio. Alright. Getting down to it. Only a few more rings. I think this is the most number of layers I've done in a single session. On a single stream session, I should say. I guess an example of what I listen to is I actively pick the stuff that you hear going on in the background. So this nice little guitar solo you heard. That solo is the reason why I picked this song. Wait. There we go. Now granted, the free content creator music that you get with being a content creator on YouTube is a little bit limited to what you can have, because not everyone has an interest in putting their stuff up on it, but there's some good stuff. I wouldn't call them bangers, but there's some good stuff in there. There's one that just screams Minecraft vibes. I had to include that one. I don't even think that one's played. No, it has to have played today. It's been over 4 hours. I mean, random chance means it might not have, but it's got to have played. Okay. The next layer will be the layer for torches. And it will be another one of these stages here. There we go. 14 layers done today. Not too shabby. I'm halfway done with the 5th full tier 4. And then after these are done, I'll be putting the top layer of one here in the air, and one here above this one to finish off the front. And the saddest part about this is the Performium server has it set up so that you can only see 4 chunks away from wherever you are. So if you're on the road, you don't even know that's back there. But that's there. And it is my objective to hold my hobo's spot here. And then have a smaller Menger Sponge right here to lead people back this way. Because I have a nice little observation deck for people to hang out on, but also I do still intend, once I'm done with all of this, I intend on making a walkway all through here. Now, it may not be all full of glass. We'll see. But I do plan on making a walkway so people can explore the place and get to different locations. But the sad thing is, if you are smack dab in the middle, you don't get to see the whole thing. You can see a lot of it. Right here is the middle of the entire thing. And so you can see how much this direction, almost all the way out. Same thing over there, almost all the way out. Almost all the way. And almost all the way over there. almost all the way to the bottom, and it'll be almost all the way to the top. So you'll be able to see almost all of it from the dead center. And so for sure, oh, I blew on the mic, sorry. For sure, I'm going to be putting an observation deck right here. But I also will be having, you know, this sort of a... I might do a maze, but it's going to be some sort of a walkway thing for people to be able to explore. I want people to get a feel for this, not only the size of it, but also the intention of it. I have been told by people that actually get to step into the middle of these things. I've made them in the past. They say being in the middle of one is surprisingly meditative. So I think that would be neat to have a little spot here where people can just, you know, stare at the math. I like it. And what's not to like? But anyway, I'm going to get back over here on my little platform because it's time for me to wrap things up. Whoa, man. Wow. Whoa. Oh my goodness, that made me clench. I said something one time. I was all the way up there and I had just finished work and I came down here to, I don't know if it was to end a video. It was either to end a video or to show someone something or to teleport someone here, whatever. But I flew over, I came down and I just let it drop. And I said, wow, that's enough time to regret things. And they said that that cracked them up. I'm glad I could make them laugh, but man, that made me clench. Wow, that was a long drop. That's only 2/3 of the way. My goodness. So anyway, let me see here. Let's go clear that. Go into this mode here. There we go. That's a good one. And I will... Actually, I need to get a screenshot of my head anyway. Let's... Well, it's F2. There we go. Screenshot of my head. That way I can have another an emoji sticker for when I get that unlocked for the 5th sticker for my YouTube. But anyway, I am going to go ahead and get things wrapped up here. Thank you ever so very much for spending time and hanging out. I enjoyed the company. I enjoyed being able to do the build for you. I enjoyed meeting all of you new faces, and I hope to see you all again. I stream every week, at least 4 days a week. I will begin streaming more regularly on weekends once I get my other stuff hammered out, but it is probable that I will not be streaming tomorrow, Friday, because I've got to do the dentist appointment stuff. I've got to go do a little bit of pre-cold snap shopping and stuff like that. So I'm probably not going to have a stream in me for tomorrow, but maybe Saturday. We'll see. Maybe Saturday or Sunday. But for sure, it'll be just as usual, Monday through Thursday, 7:30 p.m. to 9 or to midnight every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, and then some streams happen on the weekends. If you like this content, I have a lot more planned for my channel, not only just here on Performium, but also I am making a series based on different kinds of concepts that I'm building in Minecraft, Skyrim, and some other video games. And I have a lot planned for the future, so definitely do be on the lookout for that. If you have any questions, comments, or suggestions, go message me over on the Discord. Links down in the description, or you can message my YouTube video when this comes out on YouTube VOD or whatever it's called. I almost forgot to turn my mouse. Let me hold on. I wanted to. There we go. Let's include Cuddles in here. She's helping with everything anyway. If you like my video, do give it a like. I appreciate it, and it does help. And if you haven't already, do please subscribe if you're on YouTube, or follow on Twitch, or do both. I am just starting to grow on Twitch. I've just started my channel. I think I've got 18 followers now, maybe 19. And my most immediate hurdle I want to get past is 50. So anything that you can do to help me get there, I would greatly appreciate it. But because ringing the bell and all that kind of stuff doesn't always work for YouTube, I also have announcements on my Discord that let people know when I'm streaming. I've been told to make it say when I'm streaming on YouTube and on Twitch, but if I'm streaming on YouTube, I am also streaming on Twitch, usually. Except, I do plan on having, once I start getting YouTube members, I plan on having member-only streams on YouTube over the weekends that are just for members only. So that's something in the future, but it's not implemented yet because I have no members. I just got that signed up and everything ready to go, and it's there for if I do get a member. Let's see here. What else? I also, if you would like to help support my channel in ways other than liking, commenting, subscribing, sharing my channel. Hey, I watched this guy who does extraordinarily unnecessarily large projects on YouTube or on Minecraft on his YouTube. Then if you want to help in more substantial way than that, I have a link to my Streamlabs down below. You can do a tip. That tip will help go to making it so that I can continue multi-streaming again in 2025. If you look in the top right of the screen, you can see I've got a little progress bar there. If that gets filled up, I get to multi-stream again next year too. That's my break-even point. Well, multi-stream, Dinobot for Discord, and a couple other small things. But that's what that progress bar is for. That's my break-even point. If you'd like to help with that, great. If instead of tipping you want to do something more ongoing, I have my Patreon link down below and several tiers for that. I need to hammer out the details on what the different tiers are, but there's definitely some continuity between them. For sure, at the $10 tier, if anyone is supporting at that level, when I publish a book, you get a free signed copy of it if you wish. And I do plan on having at least one new book next year. I was planning on having one by the end of this last year, but then everything piled on and happened all at once in the last couple of months, and I didn't allow myself the time. But I do plan on pushing for another book next year, and I have a couple other books already published. Links to those are also in the description. And I think that actually does cover everything now. So, thank you once again ever so very much for hanging out and watching. I greatly appreciate it. Thank you, Cuddles, back there. She is one of the people who is... She's a warden. Look at... She's turned into a warden. Don't make any sound. Oh no, she noticed. Anyway... I am going to go ahead and let you go. Like I said, thank you very much for watching and spending time. It really does mean a lot to me. This has been Thorn of Night working on... Oh, I need to bring that back up, actually. All over here on the bottom right, or middle bottom right, mc.performium.net. I've been on the Wild SMP. You can see that over here in green text. This is where I'm building this project, and you can freely join this public Minecraft server if you wish. There's a lot of good folks on here. But anyway, this has been Thorn of Night. Back behind me there's one of the other good folks. There's little Cuddles. And I will talk to you later. Now let's see Actually, I probably should have announced the raid before I did this. Let's see here. Is there... No, there's no one streaming right now. So never mind, no raid tonight. But anyway, I will talk to you guys later. Come hang out on Discord. I will be there all night long, and I go to bed in about 5 in the morning. So I'll be busy over there, and you'll get to suffer through my singing. Anyway, good night.